Shabbat Shalom, Holy way of the Most High. Om Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. Om Shabbat Shalom, Holy way of the Most High. Om Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. I sense your presence. I am the light within your soul, in the essence of truth and right. Love makes the circle whole, and here we stand in line, waiting for some sacred sign. But to find the balance is the purpose of this time. Restore the balance of the universal mind. And in the presence of my Lord of light and love, everything I find in tune with the divine. And when I call to thee, come on bended knee, surrender to the all-pervading light and love. Reflections of the one surrounding me with love. And I sense your presence. I sense your presence. I sense your presence. I sense your presence. Within and without, above and below, yeah. East, west, north and south, I sense your presence. Without and within, below and above, yeah. East, west, north and south, I sense your presence. I sense your presence. In the presence of my Lord of light and love, everything I see aspiring to be free. And when I call to thee, come on bended knee, surrender to the all-pervading light and love. Reflections of the one surrounding me with love. And I am the light within my soul, in the essence of truth and right. Love makes the circle whole, and here we stand in line, waiting for some sacred sign. But to find the balance is the purpose of this time. To restore the balance of the universal mind. Om Shabbat Shalom, Holy way of the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. Shabbat Shalom, holy angel of the Most High. Shabbat Shalom, I sense your presence. I sense your presence.
The song that you just heard was called I Sense Your Presence by Shimshai. Hello everybody and welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio. My name is Suleiman and it is a beautiful day to be here with you guys. So we have a wonderful episode for you. Coming up in about half an hour is an episode of Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales with Sean Kramer, where he will be discussing the fairy tale, The Frog Prince. And let me tell you, it might not go how you think it goes in the end, so stick around and tune in to find that out. After that, we have a healing music hour, followed by a variety music hour, followed by a talk by Eckhart Tolle on life situation challenges, how they can foster an awakening. So it's a really amazing talk by Eckhart Tolle. And then after that, we're just going to end it with a meditation. So thank you all for being here. It's a wonderful pleasure, and thanks for tuning in. You're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
see in my mind's eye what will happen to me in this whole big life of fun we're leading. Watch me grow. Sprout, lost now found and heaven bound. I figured out what it's about, is feeling that fun where it begun. Stay high, good vibes, we are vibrating, making relationships truly groundbreaking. Seems intimidating, but it's yours for the taking. Once you get your feet wet, I bet it's amazing. Open heart blazing. Once you get your feet wet, I bet it's amazing. Watch me grow. Watch me grow. Sprout, sprout now. I'm shifting my attention beyond the simulation. I'm setting my intention at the highest vibration. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. This is the ascension to the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living a dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. To find order, balance restored again. To find mother, the goddess will rise again. I feel your heart connection. Transition to the age of the feminine. See the fifth dimension. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm fading away, I'm letting it go. I'm living the dream, now I'm in the flow, transcending this world, right back to the stars. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart. I'm losing my mind and I'm finding my heart.
This is Lainey Sullivan of Lobo Merino, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Trust in the elder, trust in I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars. I feel good in the morning light. When I rise up, I gotta get about my sleep, gotta get about my mind, and then I climb a mountain. See the white wolf running by, expansive skies and the rhythm of the tides. Beauty of the wild can't tame this child. I'm free again, I'm free again. And she knows how we roll, what we need to grow, how we sow these seeds of change, finding harmony on these grounds. Amongst the trees, sacred sounds emanate from clouds, thundering out and raining down. Oh, wash away the pain, oh, wash away the pain. Oh, hold me, holy mama. You are the doctor, you are the goddess. You know the way home from where we come from. Find ourselves here amongst the forest and in the clear. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars.
Because I am a natural. Strip the outer right down to the actual self, spinning in the rhythm with Gaia, circulate, generating a fire. We align the hearts, hers and mine and yours. It's the one accord that we're here for. Get with the mama, then we get together. Well, you know her children she gather. Lizards, insects, and baddies in my face. All of my friends show up to greet me in this place. When we celebrate in the greatness of all, out in the mountains, trees, and waterfalls. Holy water, healing elements, joy in the temple, all here is relevant. Holy water, healing elements, joy in the temple, all here is relevant.
I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars. This is for the four-legged, the swimming ones, ones who crawl, those that fly. Return of the bird tribes rise. In these crazy times, hold the front lines. Ancient ones, tall standing pines. Roots so deep, old and wise. Harmony and silence where the leaves are speaking with the wind. This is the medicine, I'm gonna let it in. Stillness and the realness of your embraces. Find the rhythm of peace and celebration for all of creation, all of my relations. From the tops of mountains to the rivers and the valleys, ocean wide, sweet island life. From jungles to forests and the tribes of man. From fireside to hand in hand, let's make moves to the promised land. Eden never left, we just forgot. Eden never left, we just forgot. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm laying in your arms. I feel good when I'm in nature. I feel good when I'm underneath the stars.
Here we are, outer space, approaching Earth, only on occasion. Spirit souls with steady gazes, taking notes on coming changes as we awaken our relationship. Our relationship, as we awaken our relationship, to be awake, to feel awake. Your hands to the sky, feeling worlds collide in a new paradigm. Yeah, where your power resides, shaking hands of time in the new paradigm. Your hands to the sky, feeling worlds collide in the new paradigm. Yeah, where your power resides, shaking hands of time in the new paradigm. Yeah. All aboard, the ship's leaving shore. Destination is the depths of your core. The green scenery, that city concrete. Beauty and the beast, these beats will transport. Lest you be unsure. The soul strums the chords and bypass the mind that sometimes distorts. The stars will inform with cosmic beings. We build rapport, priceless dreams which we can't afford. Right. That old paradigm dismiss and abort. Old paradigm dismiss and abort. Your hands to the sky, feeling worlds collide in the new paradigm. Yeah, where your power resides, shaking hands of time in the new paradigm. Let's go. Your hands to the sky, feeling worlds collide in the new paradigm. Yeah, where your power resides, shaking hands of time in the new paradigm. Warriors, water bearing out the flames, but this fire burning. Inside, you're never alone. No, never ever. In pain or pleasure, where is home? Now is the time. Your hands to the sky, feeling worlds collide in a new paradigm. Where your power resides, shaking hands of time in the new paradigm. Your hands to the sky, feeling worlds collide in a new paradigm. Where your power resides, shaking hands of time in the new paradigm.
Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
Welcome back, everyone, to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. And in this time of meditation, visualization, we will journey through the fairy tale called The Frog Prince. And as I subtitled this meditation, Time and Development in Fairy Tales. As we have in previous sessions looked a lot at the landscape, we will do that also in this one, the imaginary landscape of the fairy tale. But we will also think more about the aspect of time, and particularly not so much the idea of clock time, but developmental, transformational time. So to begin, I would like us to do a little visualization to enter into the imaginal dream world of the fairy tales. So first, let us bring our attention, our awareness into our bodies. So as you breathe in, breathe your awareness inward and down and throughout your body. Let your awareness fill your whole body, your arms, chest, legs, as if it was a container for your awareness, attention, and consciousness. Take a few breaths, breathing your awareness in and breathing out tension, relaxing. Remember, relaxation is the bridge to these deeper worlds. And now I would like you to visualize before you a golden thread. You've come upon and discovered a beautiful, brilliant, attractive thread of gold. You pick it up and you start to gather it and wind it up into a ball. Imagine winding this thread around and around to make a golden ball. And now absorb that golden ball into yourself, into your heart. Now take a deep breath in, and then a deep, relaxing breath out. Now, as I mentioned, in the previous meditations on fairy tales, a theme we looked at was the landscape as symbolic, and as also structuring the stories. We saw a common pattern in the fairy tale Hansel and Gretel and the fairy tale Fitcher's Bird, that they both had this same structure of outside the forest, then a forest inside the forest, and they both had a kind of mysterious, fantastic house inside the forest. And then the story, the characters left the forest and returned outside the forest. And that is a common fairy tale structure. Sometimes it's, instead of going to the forest, the fairy tale might lead us underground to the underworld and then back up again. And some things we saw about this landscape and the meaning of the forest, which we're going to meet again in this fairy tale today, The Frog Prince, that going into the forest was going into a kind of inner world. So in Hansel and Gretel, their journey into forest was almost like them going into their dream world, where in their life at home, they were desiring love and nourishment from their mother, but instead received rejection, abandonment, even threat of death. So they go into the forest and they find this image of their desire, of their mother, a house that is nourishing, protective. But then they go inside and find a woman who wants to harm them. So in a more fantastic, imaginal way, they find in the forest their own outer conflicts that they're experiencing in the inner world. And they work through these conflicts in the forest and come out transformed, having resolved their conflicts in very deep level, almost an unconscious level. In Fischer's Bird, the girl goes into the forest and finds a house made by a wizard that is wonderful, luxurious. She gets everything she wants, but there's a room where something awful is hidden. And that represents her own inner world, that in her imagination she has created a protection, a fantasy dwelling to keep herself from looking at something that she is afraid of or finds traumatizing. Now, in this fairy tale, The Frog Prince, we have something similar to that, but also something different. And we will include that landscape dimension, but bring in the time dimension. And the actual structure of our story has 3 scenes. The first one is actually in a forest. In this fairy tale, we begin right in the forest, which I think is significant. It's not a journey into the forest. It starts in the forest and then tells us more about after leaving the forest. The first scene is a forest. The second one is at a table having a meal. And then the fairy tale ends in a bedroom. So we go from a forest to a dinner table to a bedroom. And we will first walk through our fairy tale part by part, and then we'll come back and look more at the fairy tale as a whole and see what that reveals to us when we see the whole thing together. So the fairy tale begins right in a forest, in a dark forest. And there is a little more implicit, this similar landscape structure, even though the actual movement of the story doesn't follow the landscape since it starts in the forest. But we are to understand that there's an outside the forest, a house, a home, maybe a castle where the girl lives. Then there's the dark forest, and in the middle of this dark forest there's a well. So we have that pattern that we've seen in Hansel and Gretel and Fitzgerald's Bird. Outside the forest, a dark forest, and something in the middle of the forest. And in this case, a deep well. But the story structure doesn't follow so simply that pattern, but we have to keep that in mind. So it's almost like we are picturing a kind of mandala where there's the outer world, the home life, the family, our ordinary world. Then there's a dark forest, and in the center of the forest is a well. And we're told that the well is so deep that one cannot see the bottom. So we are beginning right away in this fairy tale at a mysterious center of ungraspable depths. So that picture, that kind of circular mandala picture with this center of water that goes down so deep that it is unfathomable. And in this forest is, and it tells us, like fairy tales often do, that the girl is a princess. And this fairy tale, The Frog Prince, is actually the first fairy tale in all the editions of the Grimms. It's number 1. And in kind of altered versions, and we'll look at some of those differences, but it's still a very classic fairy tale. And the fairy tale, and this one addressed mostly to little girls. I know that it's often taught to almost like kindergarten children, told to them. And some people have objected to the idea of the princess in fairy tales, more from kind of our American animation versions than I think from the actual older fairy tales. But why do the fairy tales have the children, the little girl, identify herself as a princess and a boy as a prince? Well, it's not so much an economic or reality to something great. Something so great and mysterious that it can be symbolized by a radiant golden solar crown. But to be a princess or a prince is not just a symbol of potentiality to something great, but a symbol of destiny. It not so much tells a child, but expresses an inner feeling that we have as children, that we have a destiny, that we are meant to develop and realize some great potentiality, symbolized by a king or queen, and that it would actually be an awful tragedy and violation of our deep nature to fail or reject this destiny, this potentiality. And the little girl is playing with a golden ball. So just right away, let's picture this imagery and think about what the fairy tale is doing. This is just first couple sentences, if we read it in the Grimm's version. And it's very non-descriptive, just tells us that there's a dark forest with a bottomless well and a little girl playing with a golden ball. The fairy tale tend to be very brief, non-descriptive, not flowery language. Sometimes when they're turned into literary versions, that's changed. But they're almost kind of a Zen-like austerity in the imagination. The kind of mastery and depth and poetry of the fairy tale is not in adjectives or developed similes or florid language, but in this very powerful, simple placement of ordinary objects in very evocative combination. Forest, well, a little girl playing with a golden ball. I like to recommend to people interested in fairy tales to learn the fairy tale almost by memory, not word by word, but that you have the pictures, you can go over the fairy tale in your mind and then just sit in your imagination with these images and let their power unfold for you. The golden ball will come back again when we see the whole fairy tale and look at it in context. But it has, I think, an obvious likeness to a sun, right? A golden sphere. And she's playing with this golden ball, and she loses control of it, and it goes down, drops down into the well, into the darkness, the bottomless well. So there we already see, I think it's a secondary symbolism maybe, but it's of time, right? Of the sun, the light, the day and the night, the warm part of the year, the dark winter of the year, the natural cosmic time. So this little girl is encountering or having break into her life some of the mysteries of the vaster cosmic evolving universe. Now, she's looking into the well, very upset that she's crying, that she's lost her golden ball. She cries and says to herself that she would give anything if only she could get the golden ball back. She would give her clothes, her gemstones, her pearls, anything in the world, she says, to get back the golden ball that I have lost. So in this state of deep loss of what constituted her happiness, her focus, her desire, the center of her world, she's in this state of loss, looking down into the well that is so deep she cannot see its bottom, she can't see the ball where it's went. And out of the water arises a frog. The frog arises from these unknown depths, these watery depths, these deep, unconscious sources. Something comes up, something mysterious, kind of dreamlike, unusual, symbolic. A frog, a talking frog. So in this story, the dreamlike, inner world of the forest is presented as a source, a deep well from which things arise. Symbols which, as we'll see, initiate mysterious transformations in the girl's outer life. So in this way, it's different than Hansel and Gretel, where they start outside with their problems and go into the symbolic, unconscious world. Here, we begin with that. The girl is there, and something is arising out of it. In both cases, it's connected with what happens outside the forest. But in this story, we don't know yet what's going to happen. But it's almost like what happens here is the dreamlike symbolization of what is going to happen to her outside the forest, in the more ordinary world of her home and family. So the frog arises from the well and learns that, or maybe knows already, but she tells him that her golden ball has fallen in the well and says, well, almost dismissively, "How can you help me, you ugly frog?" We already have something that's going to be through the story, her repulsion for this thing that has come out of the well. And let's listen to what the frog says to her. He says to her, "I do not want your pearls, your gemstones, your clothes," which she had said she would give for the golden ball. That's how she thought she would get it back. "I do not want your pearls, your precious stones, your clothes, but if you will accept me as a companion, a friend, partner, and let me sit next to you and eat from your plate, and sleep in your bed, and if you'll love and cherish me, then I will bring your golden ball back to you." So there he lays down the steps and conditions which would allow her to get back this golden ball that she has lost and that has put her in this state of devastation and desperation, so much that she feels she would give anything in her life, in her world, to get it back. So he says that she must accept her and let him sit next to her and eat from her plate. So they must eat together and sleep in her bed. And we'll see that the story follows those steps. There's the table, eating will be the next scene, and then the bedroom. And that will allow her to get the golden ball back. So the frog is saying something to pay attention to, that the golden ball really won't be given back to her till all these things happen, and that's not going to be till the end of our story. So the princess thinks to herself, what is this stupid frog trying to say? So she doesn't understand what the frog is saying, what this is really about. So this frog has arisen from the well and expressed something that maybe some desires, not for what the girl has offered, right? Or thinks will get back the golden ball. Desires that come from deep down but are now beginning to arise for her, but are still strange to her. She hasn't owned or understood these things that are arising, that the frog expresses. So she agrees, but not really seriously, not grasping what is happening. She says, okay, maybe he can get my ball and I'll just agree with him. So she says, yes, just bring me back my golden ball and I'll promise to do all that. Now the frog hasn't, and this is in the earlier editions of the fairy tale, he hasn't asked her to promise. He said that you just must do these things to get your ball. But she says, okay, I'll do it, but she doesn't really think that she will or that it's even possible. She doesn't understand what it even would mean to do what he says. So it says the frog dives down and returns with the golden ball in his mouth, throws it onto the land. The little girl picks it up and rushes away, totally forgetting the whole thing or repressing or denying it. The frog calls out to her, but she pays no attention to him and runs away. But we can see that, so symbolically, it's showing that the golden ball will be given back by the frog. But according to the frog's words, she really hasn't gotten it back. She's almost like had a dream that this lost golden ball would be given back by a frog. So now we move to the next scene of the story, which is the girl is sitting at her table where she eats. It says, the next day the princess was sitting at her table when she heard something on the steps outside her house. A sound, a squishy sound, plop, plop. Right? So this thing is coming after her from the depths, still bringing with it these bottomless, mysterious waters up to her door. She hears the sound, goes to the door, and sees that it's the frog whom she had completely put out of her mind. She had repressed this. It was like a forgotten dream. And in fear and repulsion, she slams the door and returns to her table. So for this little girl who has an arranged life, a table set, a place where she can control and arrange her environment, decide who sits with her, something has arisen from watery depths that she is very uncomfortable with. And she wanted to ignore and forget, and now it's knocking on her door. So again, she tries to block it out. She slams the door against this thing that's arising that she doesn't want in her life. And for us, this happens really over and over again, that changes start occurring in our established orderly world, which we cannot stop. They come from dark forests, deep wells, from sources that we cannot grasp and see the depths of, and with a power and insistence and mysteriousness that we might like to block out, but they follow us and keep arising and knocking. So into this orderly environment of this little child, this ugly, sliming thing arises from these bottomless waters that are in the dark forest of her mind, her soul. And she thought she could leave it there. Even though it arose, she thought she could forget it, leave it there, but now it's come to her door knocking and wanting to be not only allowed to enter, but accepted and loved, embraced, integrated. Even though it's still wet, slimy, carrying that cold, wet darkness of the well. It's like a dream or memory of a time when we felt some great loss of our golden ball, our comfort, our desires, and saw it fall into a black depths, kind of bottomless, abysmal, that we intimated was the sources of deep things in ourselves, our very desires, fears, and we run away from that experience and vision. We want to quickly forget that scary, incomprehensible thing we've experienced and intimated that is our own source, and the actual source of our so-called ordinary life, and the changes that are happening. But we like to block it out because it's deep, dark, it can be scary, repulsive, slimy. There's a phrase from a poet: what is the origin of all these forms that I see? The source of all that will be born. This girl somehow touched upon that, but wants to shut it out. And it's her father that forces the integration or forces the contact with this frog. He asks her what has happened and says, you've had this encounter, you made some kind of promise, and there's no going back. This is what's happening. This is your kind of destiny. And it's interesting that there's a lot of stories that have some similarities, and we'll later look at some of the others, where a girl's future partner or husband is some kind of animal. And the connection or perseverance of the girl with this, what seems to her an animal, is made through the father. So the frog comes in and sits at the table and eats with her. And now we go to the next step in the tale that goes into the bedroom. The fairy tale says, when the frog had eaten all he wanted, he said, "Now I am tired and want to sleep. Take me to your room, make your bed, so that we can lie in it together." And the princess was horrified when she heard that. She was afraid of the cold frog and did not dare to even touch him, yet he was supposed to lie next to her in her bed. She began to cry and didn't want to at all. So her resistance and actual fear, horror, is becoming intensified. But the king becomes angry and commands her to do what she had promised. So it says she has to do what her father wanted, but in her heart she was bitter, angry, disturbed, troubled. So she picks up the frog with 2 fingers, touching him as little as she can, and she carries him into her bedroom, climbs into her bed, but instead of laying the frog next to her, like she's been told to do and promised to do, she throws the frog against the wall. Splat. She throws this frog and splatters him against the wall and shouts out, "Now leave me in peace, you disgusting frog." Now what happens next is from that splatter, the frog comes down off the wall onto the bed as a handsome young prince. And the fairy tale ends. When the frog came down onto the bed, he was a handsome young prince, and he was her dear companion. And she held him in esteem as she had promised, and they fell asleep together with pleasure. Now, when this fairy tale was translated from the German into English, the translator, Edgar Taylor, changed that. And instead of her throwing the frog splat against the wall, and that being the means of transformation, he had the frog sleep in her bed for 3 nights, and then he becomes a prince. And then we have other versions where the princess must kiss the frog. So interesting, they changed that, which I think is actually something very profound and interesting, that the transformation comes from her really expression of disgust and an act of violence. So to see, maybe get more idea of what that might mean, let's go back and look at the story as a whole. So that's the whole story. We've seen it. Begins with a golden ball, goes through this conflict with this ugly frog, and ends with the girl and the prince falling asleep together in bed with pleasure. Now, let me ask you a question. How old do you think the girl is in this story? And how much time has passed through the story? Often people have a little trouble saying exactly how old she is. There's kind of a conflict. She seems like a child with a golden ball, then she's married in bed sleeping with a man at the end. And it actually doesn't even say she was married. In later versions they added that he becomes her husband. But I think it's just put very briefly. sometimes people will say, well, in maybe some older times or different cultures, the girl were married off very young. But if we think of it, look at it. So the conflict is that it's in the beginning. It seems you would imagine she's really a young little child playing with a ball, toy. At the end, she's a young adult with a partner, a man or husband. And the literal time of the story is really 2 days and 2 nights, because it tells us that the frog comes at the door when the girl is sitting at the table the next day. And then she takes him into her room, and then they spend the night together. So we've had 2 days and 2 nights as the story has literally told us. But we see that what the story is telling us about. Well, let's think about some of the symbolism, and we'll unfold it, and especially the golden ball and the frog. The golden ball, in the beginning, her whole delight, pleasure is in this golden ball. It's a very childlike image. She's a child at the beginning playing with the golden ball, which then she loses, and it goes down into a well that she can't see where it goes. So that is an image of what we experience as children, that there's a period where we live in these childlike games and delights, and then we move into a phase where they don't give us that same joy and fascination anymore. We start to lose those childhood delights. They fall away from us and sink back to we know not where, and we feel that is a great loss. We want to go back to that and regain those delights of childhood. So we feel this terrible loss. I remember my little sister had an imaginary friend, as a lot of children do, who was Snoopy in her imagination, and she would talk to him on this toy phone, and he was very real to her, and me and her other older brothers found that amusing, and we would say, oh, do you want to talk to Snoopy? We'd bring out our phone and like to watch her talk to Snoopy, and we would do that, and she would respond and have conversations, and then suddenly she didn't want to do that anymore. We would say, oh, here's the phone, do you want to call Snoopy? And she said no, and we said, why not? And she said, Snoopy's gone away. We said, where did he go? And she said, he went to Spain. I don't know where that came from, but she was changing. She wasn't able to find that same delight or satisfaction or kind of imagination or whatever it was giving her to talk with this imaginary friend. So she expressed it by saying he went away. Of course, he didn't go away. He wasn't there. But it was a change in her that she was expressing symbolically by saying this childhood friend went away. That's like the loss of the golden ball. We had it, and it's this child, we had that fantasy, maybe we had imaginary friends, we had these games we could enter into, and then it goes away. We lose it, and we might feel a real sadness in it. I know I did, and found it difficult and confusing, and wondered what happened, or did I do something wrong? How could I get that back, that golden ball? Now, what about the frog that comes out of the well, and why is the future prince in the form of a frog? In other fairy tales, it's the future partner or husband of the girl or young woman is also often an animal, but different animals. She's just said a beast in Beauty and the Beast. He is, or a lion or a bear. In this fairy tale, it's a frog. So it's a little different energy to it. A lion or a bear or a beast is kind of an object of fear, aggression, something that could potentially be violent to us, hurt us. So that could be symbolizing the young woman's fear of that potentially powerful violence that could come from the man, her partner or husband. But the frog doesn't evoke that, but it evokes kind of disgust and revulsion. She's repelled by it, not really frightened as an object of violence, but of something disgusting. And so that's a very good image for the discomfort, anxiety of a young girl in relation to her future sexual partner, regarding the things about the sexual intimacy that seem repulsive or disgusting, unpleasant to her. This ugly, slimy frog that she doesn't even want to touch. So something that is meant to be and will become a source of pleasure for the girl at first is something that is not seen as pleasurable or desirable, but something repulsive and disgusting. So the story gives a beautiful image. One folklore scholar said it's the most meaningful expression of this transition of a girl from a child to womanhood, and some of the feelings and desires and anxieties that she experiences. So the three parts of the story are actually three phases in a human development, of a part of human development, not the whole human life, but there's the first part of the story, there's the delight in the golden ball, which is the childhood. Then begins a new phase when the golden ball is lost and something else begins to arise, which will eventually become a replacement for the golden ball, will give her the delight that she had in the golden ball, but in that middle period, it's actually a source of inner conflict. And at the end of the story, that conflict is resolved. She's in the stage of adult life, of intimacy, and the physical and emotional intimacy of adult life are a source of pleasure for her. So at the end of the story, she's actually got back the golden ball. It says she falls asleep in her bed with the prince with pleasure. the state that she had at the beginning, the pleasure, and lost in the middle is regained, not with a toy, but with another human being, in this case, a sexual partner. So the story, though it is told as if it takes place over a couple days, is really describing what happens over years. The transition from childhood to adolescence to young adulthood, and especially in regard to sexual intimacy. This story is, as I said, often told to very young children, like 5-year-old children, and they love it. But certainly consciously, they don't understand what it's about. But in some level, obviously they do, because they want to hear it and they delight in it. And what's happening is the fairy tale is giving the child images of what she will go through, but cannot understand because she hasn't experienced it yet. But so the child is going to go through these changes and is starting to feel these things and has maybe some intimations, but can't understand it, but is helped by getting images for it. We actually hunger for these images, symbolic images of our development towards stages which we haven't reached yet. So the story, and we'll see this more as a theme as we go along, that fairy tales, as I've seen them, are very much doing what this story does, symbolizing the processes of human development. And in this case, the emphasis is on the change in desires, that as we go through changes in life and development, our growth involves changing our desires. So not attaining our desires always, but actually losing those desires and letting new desires arise. So it's different than a story about having a goal and desire and overcoming things and getting what you want. This is actually a story about changing what you want and telling you that the things you want now and find so important and delightful and pleasurable are going to change and are meant to change. You're meant to let go of the desires and discover things, new desires for things that haven't yet arisen in your consciousness. A friend of mine said when he was a little boy that he sometimes thought his father was really not very smart because he observed that his father made a lot of money, and he saw he had enough money to fill the whole refrigerator with soda pop. I mean, they could just have soda pop all day long and all different kinds, and his father didn't do that. And he just thought his father just might not be all that smart with his money, because if he had that money, and when he gets that money and grows up and has a job, he is going to definitely fill the refrigerator with soda pop. And my friend is grown up now, and he does not have a refrigerator full of soda pop. His desires changed. Things that he couldn't imagine would give him happiness then give him happiness now, and the things that seem so important and desirable at the earlier phase fade away and don't give that same delight and pleasure. And if we don't let this process happen, we become stuck and fixated and stagnated, like someone who just stays in Willy Wonka land with chocolate rivers and candy growing on trees, or who stays with beach parties and teen music, and we just, those things give us pleasure at a certain phase, but there are things that we can't even imagine, and this continues to happen through life, and especially if we allow it and don't resist it. So if we can take a few final minutes. I don't know if Suleiman, if there are any comments or questions on this fairy tale or any points about it.
I might have missed it while I was tuning in, but did she eventually kiss the frog, and did it turn into a human?
Okay, yeah. That's good. Let me finish with or point out that no, in this story, and I'm taking it from the very first edition of the Grimms. What she does is she throws the frog against the wall in disgust, and it falls down, bounces off the wall into her bed as a prince. So the idea of kissing the frog is a later thing, and it actually later versions, as I said, they translate in English. They didn't quite get that. That seems strange, so they put different ways that the frog changes, like kissing it. But in this one, it's an act of violence. She expresses what she's been holding back, right? She's been disgusted more and more, but her father's been telling her she has to do this, and she finally just breaks down and totally lets out her feelings and throws the frog against the wall, and it turns into the prince. And to me, that's very interesting and intriguing and insightful. And the way I see it is, for one thing, so in doing that, she breaks her promise and she disobeys the father, and she just expresses what she really is feeling. And then she breaks through that inner conflict and is finally able to have a relationship with the prince. And I see the prince turning into the frog is really her own perception. Right? In other words, this person and this experience and relationship seem disgusting and then becomes pleasurable. And the change that occurs is through her finally really expressing her feelings and also breaking with her father. So that seems to make a lot of sense if you think about it. It doesn't seem so strange. In other words, the girl is leaving her father, which was her first male attachment, is going to be attached to another man, but she's in a conflict, and she needs to make some kind of break with the father and also be able to express her inner world, her emotional intimacy, in order to have this physical sexual intimacy in a satisfactory way. There has to be this ability for the emotional expression of difficult feelings. So that's how I see that symbolic transformation, and it seems to me much more rich that it's an act of anger, expression of anger, that both makes a certain break with her father and allows her to be truthful about her conflicted feelings about this relationship, and that makes the breakthrough.
Yeah, it is super interesting. I don't think a lot of people would realize that, originally it wasn't the princess kissing the frog.
Right. And to me, that it's much more like kind of provocative and psychologically deep, the original one, that I could see that people would change it to fit their ideas, but it seemed like there's more insight and depth in the earlier one.
Definitely. I like this story a lot.
Yes, yeah, it's very, I think there's so much there to it.
Well, thank you.
And yes, so in the next one, our next session, I'll actually just focus on the idea of archetypes, and we'll use these fairy tales we looked at before, and we'll talk about continuing in this theme of developmental transitions. This one we focused on the change of desires, but there's also the idea of a change of archetypes, which we can see the frog as too. But so that's what I think next time we can just focus on that theme, because it's sometimes said that fairy tales are archetypal, but not really explained what that really means, what archetypes are, and how we see them in the fairy tale. So we won't take a new fairy tale next time, but we'll use the ones we've seen and go deeply into the idea of archetypes.
Brilliant. And I think that is, that's November 18th.
Okay, yes.
November 18th, and that will start at 12:30 p.m.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Did you want to do a meditation to end it, or?
Yes, I would. Sure, we can finish with a brief meditation.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Okay. So let us come back again into our own bodies, our feelings. And with our awareness in our body, let us have great respect to this mysterious being that we are, and the unfathomable depths of time from which we have come. Our feelings, the sexuality was evolved 1 billion years ago. We carry that. It took a whole of 14 billion years to make the chemistry of our body. So we and our being and our feelings and our life process come from this bottomless well. In great awe, we appreciate that and trust this mysterious process of which we are a part. So thank you for being with me.
some scrabble, scribbles, riddles that tickle your mental nipples. Sipping a bit of the bitter, sweeter than Skittles. Mixture, high definition picture. God's in the middle of a lot and a little. Infinite pixels, piecing the puzzle for muggle, measles, and wild weasels. High eagles and wise people, God's creatures. Fly creatures, the sky teachers and time keepers. Mind readers and blind leaders. The fine mirrors to shine clearer with fine vinegars. The mind miniature time signature fine literature. Rhyme minister, dying visitor. Mind vision occurred. Hearing the word under the hummingbird. Mumbling thunder in my nerves. Swerving the curve, learning to surf. Twirling the dervish, feeling nervous in service. Working at wild woolly mammoth. Handle antics, standing in tantrums. Feeling so handsome, humble, healthy and wholesome. Slow motion, feelings of potion. So potent in the moment. Got some scribbles, scrabbles, babbling, Buddha, batter, mind over matter, matter to mad hatter, chatter, stay in your saddle, no battle, ride it along, following songs of where they belong, mosey, you know, medicine strong, no right and wrong, writing poems and songs, penning poems, pinging and ponging the poems, bringing the pause to grandma and paws like peas in a pie. What are the odds? We could be guys, lightning rods, I and I in the minds, I visualize, and mind it's fine, aligning over the horizon, while the wise men always hiding, vibing and dialing, timing is tight and light in the night, time shining, surprising, the silent asylum, hearing the sirens and violence, minds aspiring, jaguar jogging, juggling muggles and madness, marvel the magics of marbles and magnets, magnetize the planet, no need for panic, the parents apparent, I'm calling a pair of parrots appear in the present, life is a present, a gift if you will, so sit and be still, spirit will fill your happy meals with capital bills, passion and grills, happiness, health and a wealth and knowledge of self, we're all the helix here, we're all the helix here, we're all the helix here.
Well, the question comes up often as to whether or not we can actually measure human emotion. What scientists are now documenting is the effect of emotions on the heart field. The human heart is now documented as the strongest generator of both electrical and magnetic fields in the body. Now, this is important because we've always been taught that the brain is where the action is. The brain has an electrical field, it does have a magnetic field, but they're relatively weak compared to the heart. The heart is about 100 times stronger electrically and up to 5,000 times stronger, 5,000 times stronger magnetically than the brain. And the reason this is important is because the physical world as we know it is made of those two fields of energy, electrical and magnetic fields of energy, electromagnetic fields. Our own physics books now tell us if we can change either the magnetic field of an atom or the electrical field of the atom, by doing that we literally change that atom. We change the stuff that our bodies in this world are made of. And it appears now that the human heart is designed to do both, to change both the electrical field and the magnetic field of our bodies and our world, and they do so in response to the emotions that we create between our heart and our brain, our brain, our brain, our brain, our brain. world are made of. What we're now beginning to understand is that when we create the feelings of what we choose to experience in our lives, everything from conscious choices of the perfect relationship or abundance in our lives, or the healing in our bodies, or the healing in the bodies of our loved ones, that those feelings are creating the patterns of magnetic and electrical field in our hearts that are literally rearranging the stuff of this quantum soup, this quantum essence, allowing the pattern of what we have claimed in our hearts to become manifest in the world around us.
Show me what I
revolution. We're talking evolution, man. We rise up. We rise above. A revolution. We're talking evolution, man. We rise up. We rise above. You know the time is coming, 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 you know the time is coming. We're not gonna take it anymore. We're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore.
Twin sheets on your queen bed, recycled couches in a box array. Basement dwellers when your caravans go wrong. All I need is your word to belong. The drain's clogged up with your beard again. Summer's here, my dimpled friend, and I wanna live like gypsies. I'm not the only one living life so simple, dancing for free under the sun, so making in your garden shed. When day. You build a fire with flint and steel. Pray to God to know it's real. Parade of ruins pass me by. To church and a faint smile. Blinded by mammon's light. Darkness scoffs and the black flies. And I wanna live like gypsies. I'm not the only one living life so simple. Dancing
of Cassidy.
Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's a reflection. It's a pure reflection. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's a reflection. It's a pure reflection. You got to reach for your soul. Some preach but they don't know, and the speakers they go blast, but the frequency is old. Some swallow what they told, and others question all, while we searching for this truth and seeking to come home. The mirrors of our life, they dancing on our movie screen, will create reality, always moving energy, and the tendencies play out like memories. We can change this reflection deep within ourselves, teach within ourselves. Rewrite the programs, rewrite the program. Out with the old and in with the new. We burden through, coming into wholeness. Oh yes, and this is the whole test, the testament of what you're here to bless, and bring love to every crack and crevice, every crack and crevice. It's a pure reflection, don't you forget. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's a reflection. It's a pure reflection. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's in reflection. It's a pure reflection.
Now open up your eyes, my child. All you see is loving you wildly. Freely it gives, freely to you, freely revives the life in you. Face yourself, I'll remind you of your beauty. Claim yourself, the innocence that you'll see. Find your wealth and use it as you choose. We coming into our collective sovereignty. You are the source of all that you talk about, responsible for this world that you walk about. All that you see is inside of me. Turn it back around and change it so easily. No, you're not the victim, my child. You're the one who came to this whole planet to run wild and revamp the system. See evildoers kiss on. They are your reflection, don't you forget it.
Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's in reflection. It's a pure reflection. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's in reflection. It's a pure reflection.
It's a pure reflection of our beauty. It's a pure reflection of all you see. It's a pure reflection, baby, lovely, like you, baby, like me. And we all say, cause we did this, and we love it this way. It's a pure reflection of our beauty. It's a pure reflection of all you see. It's a pure reflection, baby, lovely, like you, baby, like me.
You know I have nothing to hide. I speak the truth, I cannot lie. But I'm not innocent inside. Nah, at times my day's dull and boring, but I know what I want to achieve in life. I'm a dreamer, this is my time to shine. So before you judge me, let me tell you that I work so hard. I never had it all. say I'm crazy, but I guess you gotta be to survive. I feel like the whole world is mine when I am getting high. I try to stay positive in life, let all the past desires revive. I am the yin-yang's bright side. It's my time to thrive. So before you judge me, let me tell you that I work so hard. I never had it all, but my will takes me very far. So before you judge me, open your eyes and your mind. We can have it all. Remember to aim right at your goal. Dream big. This is the only way I can be. You cannot take this away from me. The fire's still burning, got hard, but I'm learning. Dream big. Even if they say you cannot be, it's the only way to live your life. Believe you're here to win. Dream big. This is the only way I can be. You cannot take this away from me. The fire's still burning, good heart, but I'm learning.
It's all been inside of me. You are my head and my heart and my soul. With this gift that comes liability, it seems the world could spiral out of control.
another direction. Get ready for the change. Can you feel the tide turn? Yeah, it's gonna go away. You look up to a brighter day. It's coming up, it's coming in. Oh yeah, from another direction. Get ready for the change, yeah. When you last, you held me in your arms. I knew oh, I found my home. And I've been searching o'er hill and dale, o'er space and time. You and me. It's coming up, it's coming in. Can you hear the wind? It's calling from another direction. Can you feel the tide turn? Yeah, get ready. It's coming down. It's coming down. Well, it's taking me over. Oh no, no, oh no, no. Let it take you over. Listen up, the time has come to move in another direction. So rewind it back to start again. Oh yeah, we've got to turn this around. Get ready for the change. Can you feel the tide turn? Yeah, it's gonna go away. You look up to a brighter day. It's coming up, it's coming in. Oh yeah, you just keep believing. You keep it up, keep it on, keep it going, yeah. Can you feel the tide turn? Yeah, well get ready. It's coming down, it's coming down.
Your world, wherever you live and work and interact with people, that's your world, and the purpose of a retreat is to retreat from there. And all that is on the external level, and that's fine. It can be very helpful to take yourself out of your usual surroundings. In a way, any any journey can do that unless it's a totally pre-packaged deal where every moment is already scheduled in advance and nothing unexpected ever happens. But if it's a real journey, that always includes you go into totally new surroundings. And then in totally new surroundings, it is easier to be very present because everything is new. You might notice when you go from your home to work, either you drive or you take the train or you walk or the bicycle, after a while your surroundings become so familiar you don't see them anymore. So it's kind of sleepwalking. And some people lead most of their lives sleepwalking because it becomes a routine, and even the marriage, the living together, becomes a kind of sleepwalking, a routine. Everything is taken for granted, nothing new, and so a kind of state of hypnosis. And a trip away from it all can temporarily shake you awake a little bit, and especially in a totally different culture, if you go and then suddenly, if you want to, my best recommendation for a totally different environment is India. You travel from the West to India and then you go, wow, everything is so unusual and strange, except in the very big cities where things are becoming westernized. You go, and suddenly you're alert and you take everything in, and there's an alertness that wasn't there at home. And you feel more alive. And then you might get addicted to traveling. Can't stand being home anymore. But of course, another thing that can happen both here and when you travel into unusual surroundings anywhere is really the one thing that you cannot get away from is your mind. So no matter where you go, there was a book somebody wrote that has the title, Wherever You Go, There You Are, or something like that. But of course that really means wherever you go, your usual mental workings, the workings of your mind, continue, of course. And you may find that here too, although we have come here on a retreat. The true meaning of retreat is not just leaving your usual surroundings, going into a peaceful place that is conducive to becoming serene, but the real challenge and the true retreat is the retreat from your usual self, from your person, the personality, which is strongly associated with the voice in your head that speaks all the time and comments on your life and your life situation. It comments according to its conditioning. And this becomes the conditioned me entity that most people are identified with, this conditioned me entity that forms the basis for most people. And when I say most, I mean all those who have not even begun to awaken spiritually. It forms the sense of identity for most people, the whatever your mind is saying, its opinions, its likes and dislikes, its viewpoints, its mental positions, its grievances, it's all the things that in most people you find are quite repetitive. When you start living with a person, you get to know their mind, and you begin to notice it's quite a repetitive thing, that they're deeply entrenched in there. And some people are very strongly identified with the voice in the head, which more often than not, is critical and looking for the next thing to criticize or complain about. Very much encouraged at universities, critical thinking. Recently I read an article by a professor in the New York Times. He actually recognized critical thinking up to a point is quite useful, but when you go too far, it's very destructive. You can no longer appreciate anything. You can approach a work of literature, see why is it immediately criticized without open yourself to it first. And when you are immersed in the critical mind, there's nothing creative there. You can only tear things down. So you're critical of other people, critical of what you read, critical of this, critical of your surroundings. And many ego entities, which is the identification with the voice in the head, are in that state of continuous dissatisfaction, which always just underneath the surface there is a latent dissatisfaction. And they're just waiting for the next excuse so that the latent dissatisfaction can emerge and think, oh, why don't they should have, you should have, they should. And if you can't do it to others, you do it to yourself. Why didn't I should have? And all amazing what people, the burden that you carry as this conditioned entity that you mistake for who you are, not realizing all it is the workings of your mind, conditioned by the culture that you grew up in, your family background, your surroundings, things that happened to you, things that you did, were done to you, your parents, school, all those things. That's mental conditioning. That forms the person or the personality, and it has emotions that accompany the conditioned self, and they also often amplify the mental patterns. Or depression. So the retreat is the retreat from that. We're not here to change that. Change sometimes happens when you no longer usually happens, a lot of change happens when you don't identify with it anymore, but that is not the main purpose. We're not here to change the conditioning of your mind. There's a place for that. There are workshops you can take that change the conditioning of your mind, and that's like improving the furnishings in the place where you live. You put in better furniture and you feel a bit better. But it's still a prison. There's still the bars on the window. So the true meaning of retreat is the retreat from your usual self, from your usual mentally constructed, mentally, emotionally constructed self. And if everything else is really happens on the surface of life. Now, what happens on the surface of life can be very helpful, and this is why we're here. It can be very helpful. It helps you to begin to let go of your identification with your usual self. And then realize, and of course many of you have already started or are well into that process of disidentification, which we could also call the awakening process. Most of you are already engaged in the awakening process, has become initiated in you, and then you are here in order to deepen it. And some of you may not yet even know, there may be a few who may not even know at this moment what I'm referring to when I say awakening. But you will. Unless you run away tomorrow already. Just give yourself a chance. So there is the surface self, that is the usual self that everybody has. And for many people who have not yet awakened, that's all they have, or all they think they have. It's like saying you have an enormous amount of wealth, but you don't know it. So it's as if you didn't have it. So when I say they don't have it, it really means they don't know that there is a deeper dimension to who they are. And that is the real meaning that is really true deprivation, of really not knowing who you are on the deeper level of your being. So there is the usual self and there is the deeper self. And we are here retreating. The purpose is to retreat from the usual self and discover who you are underneath the usual self, who or what you are. And that discovery does not happen conceptually. After this retreat, on the last day, you may not be able to say much more about your real self, your true, deeper self, than you are now, and yet you might have experienced it very deeply and be in touch with it very deeply. But what can you say about it? What can I say about my deeper self? It's hard to say anything because it does not live in the world of conceptualization. And you first encounter it in a moment of stillness, alert stillness, like now, where you don't need to know your name, you don't need to remember what your name is right now in order to be here fully. You don't need to remember your personal history right now in order to be here fully and be fully yourself. You do not need to remember your personal history in order to get that sense of being fully present and being fully yourself. And that's quite amazing. So you can sense something, there is a sense of aliveness or presence that has nothing to do with your personal history, or your name, or your background, or whether in the eyes of the world you are a huge success or a huge failure. Nothing to do with that. So because there we move deeper. And so it's intangible. You can never say, I have found it now. I have found my deeper self. No, you can't. It doesn't work like that. It cannot become an object in your consciousness. Because when you say, I have found something, there must be something that arises in your field of consciousness as an object in consciousness. You see something, you hear something, you think of something. A sense perception arises as something in your field of consciousness. I'm looking at the table. I have found the table. Or an idea comes into your head. I have found the answer as an idea. But the depth of who you are, that we could also call the transcendent dimension, can never be experienced in that way as an object to your perception or consciousness, because it is the eternal subject, it is the I. So you cannot know yourself in a subject-object relationship. You know yourself as consciousness. Not conscious of something, but conscious. And that's the sense of, the deepest sense of beingness or I that you can sense within yourself right now. Why not now? Why wait until the last day of the retreat and say, oh, finally I got it. What, get it already? It does not take time to be who you are. Quote from A Course in Miracles. Or if you want the complete quote, it has taken time to misguide you so completely, but it takes no time at all to be who you are. And this is why I go to already in the introductory session to the very core of what this is about, instead of saying, just wait, on day 2 I will get you closer, and on day 3 you get... Just wait, you'll get there. It's always here now. You are always here now. Let's go back to this strange thing of, in order to sense your own presence, which is not your own, we just call it your own temporarily. Nothing is your own. In order to sense your own presence, you don't need to remember your past. In fact, if you think about your past, it takes you away from sensing the fullness of being of your own presence, because you drift off into and you can see you're not here. You are in dreamland, a kind of hypnosis, hypnotized by your mind. Or in the middle of the night it goes, my problems, me and my problems. And many people define their identity primarily as a set of problems that need to be solved. And one day they hope they will arrive at that point when their problematic self has become resolved. But it never does. You are not a set of problems that you need to resolve. So let's go back to that beautiful, very simple realization that you don't need to remember anything about what your mind tells you who you are. It doesn't mean that you now have lost all your memories. No, they are still there if you need them. They come back. Whatever analogy you want to use, I used to say the filing system, when you need it, you can pull it out, but they don't use it anymore. So it's a computer analogy you use now. It's there somewhere in your computer. It's all still there. When you need it, of course, it's still there. But does it have to be there always when you don't need it? That continuous, the problematic self-talk, does it need to be? Do you need to be burdened and walk around every day of your life burdened by the problem-making? Well, it's pretending to be problem-solving, but it's really problem-making of your mind, and to carry around with you the heavy entity, the me, which goes... And you're trying to get to a point, at some future point you think, I'm going to be liberated and free of all that, and then I will start living. And many people, even if they don't verbalize it as I do right now, the underlying mindset is, when I can free myself from all these problems, then I can start living. And that, of course, when you are 25, you can still believe that. When you're 35, you say, yeah, it can still happen. And when we become 45 and 50, okay, maybe I'll really start living when I retire. And then you begin to live for the retirement. Okay, only another 3 years now. And finally the day comes, and then on the first day of your retirement you sit at home and say, what now? Who am I without my function, my social function? Nobody's telling me who I am anymore. What am I going to do now? And then you try golf. And you drive around in the golf buggies. And for a few weeks it feels good and you can drink and so. And then that dissatisfaction returns. The same mindset is still there despite your retirement. In fact, you become more aware of the dissatisfied mind now that you don't have that many external problems anymore, and yet there's still the heaviness of the mind and the discontent. So that's not the way to go. So the wonderful news is there is a dimension in you that we could call the dimension of depth, or the transcendent dimension, where you as the person become something else, where the person can only really often compare the person that you are to the ripple on the surface of the ocean. That's the person. But the ripple is one with the totality of the ocean. If the ripple doesn't know that, its existence is problematic, fearful. You fear every other ripple, or you want them to incorporate them into your life. Maybe if we come with me, together we'll be a bigger ripple. Marry me. And you will make me happy, and I will make you happy. It has been tried many times. So to lead a satisfying existence as a ripple that only knows itself as the ripple and not as the ocean is very frustrating. You can't. It doesn't work. So the ripple needs to realize that it is much deeper than just the ripple. There's a depth to the ripple where it's no longer a ripple, where it's connected with everything and with every other ripple, where it's connected with the heart of the universe, not just on a human level. And that is true awakening. And after that, and when that is realized, and the ripple can sense that, it's a stillness in you, a presence that has no particular content, then the ripple becomes relatively happy. It doesn't mean in the world, on the surface of ripples, things still can go wrong, still things can disappear and break down, and ripples never last for very long. That continues, and yet you feel you can actually enjoy your ripple identity and enjoy the surface of life also. It's actually quite nice. Here, look at all those little ripples. And ripple means whatever you perceive in this analogy. A ripple means whatever life form is there in your perception, including yourself, and whether it's humans or whatever you perceive in this existence, it is the manifestation of life, of the one life that has manifested as a multiplicity of life forms. And each life form is inhabited by the one life, a manifestation of the one life or the one consciousness. So when you realize that, and the beginning of that realization is to sense the I that has nothing to do with your past or your future or your name or anything your mind is saying. Your simple presence. That means the ripple is becoming aware of something much bigger. And suddenly we have a relatively happy ripple. And it can enjoy every moment of its ripple existence in a sense of wonder, because it's no longer demanding that things that are not permanent should be permanent. And it's not demanding anymore that the surface existence of things should satisfy me. You're here to satisfy me. You're here to make me happy. You're here to fulfill me. The surface of the ripple can't do that. The conditions in your life, they can fulfill you for a while, and then it's no longer fulfilling. This happens to relationships, it happens to jobs that you find, activities. Unless you go deeper, nothing is fulfilling for very long. And so, this is why we are here, and this is the meaning of retreat. It's a retreat from yourself in order to find what the Buddhists would call the no-self, or what other teachings would call the deeper self, or the Atman, or your Buddha nature, or the Christ within, whatever term you want to use to point to it. And that's why we're here. So all the external things here are helpful. It's easier here to connect with the depths of who you are and realize the depths of who you are. Of course, when you leave here, then you get challenged again. It's not that you don't get challenged here too, and especially if you're still very much identified with the mind, you find many challenges wherever you go. This isn't right. Don't like that. He doesn't look very spiritual to me. Or the opposite, all these people are so much more spiritual than me. Do they know that I'm not spiritual? So the practice is to voluntarily, as much as possible, relinquish identification with the thinking mind and your usual self. And what very much helps with that is just as much as you can. Don't walk around as a heavy personality and person. No, walk around as a light, as a field of conscious perception, and like a little child that goes and look at everything. In other words, presence practice. Here, it's more easier than in your usual surroundings. Presence practice, present moment practice. There's a lot of nature here. I recommend taking walks in nature, looking at the trees, at the sky. There's a lake, the grass, the flowers, many, many lovely things. Be as present as you can and alert. And as you walk around from one building to another, from here to there, really perceive. That already is a liberation from the usual self. Because you're not thinking, you cannot really perceive your surroundings fully when your usual self is talking to you. And it's probably not talking about this present moment. It's talking about what you're going to encounter when you get back home. Or what happened last week. Or it's doubting that being here is actually a good thing. Or it's criticizing something that shouldn't really be here, but it's here. You don't want to, because that's not a retreat. You haven't really retreated. You've retreated on an external level, but you have not used this opportunity to retreat from your usual self, your usual mind. So use the opportunity and retreat from your usual self, which is your usual mind. And the quickest way to that is alert presence. And you may notice, let's say just you're walking from point A to point B, somewhere on the campus here. And let's say you're walking on the way there, it's from your room to the library, and you're walking immersed in your usual self. Let's say it's a 3-minute walk. And then suddenly you wake up in the library, perhaps you open a book that says, "Be present." And then you walk back from the library and suddenly you go, amazing shift. Your entire world has been transformed. The way in which you experience the world, or your reality, has completely shifted into something different. You're suddenly a field of consciousness that is perceiving the multiplicity of life in the universe. In fact, it feels that you are a manifestation of this universe perceiving itself. And you see so much aliveness and beauty all around you, and other senses are part of that also. There's not just the visual. You listen, there's the sounds, there may be birds, other sounds. You breathe in the air. You hear the sound of your steps on whatever it is, gravel, if there's a sound, or you sense the softness of the grass. And you look at the sky without labeling very much. You don't need to mentally call it what it is, what for. You know what it is without calling it what it is. You don't need to have a mental comment that says, "Oh, that's a lovely sky. I wonder if the weather is going to last." No, you don't need that. And this is the discovery that you don't need that. When you need it, you have it. But if you want to tell somebody the weather forecast, you have it. But you don't need it. You perceive more deeply by not labeling. And that is the retreat from the mind. And then it becomes a true retreat. So you walk from point A to point B as in that sense of wonder. And then you sense there's not only then what you perceive through your senses, because after all, that is the surface reality. It's beautiful. But as you perceive the beautiful surface reality of multiplicity of life forms, you can also sense an underlying stillness or presence as yourself. I can sense it at this moment. At this moment, words come out of my mouth, but I can sense the place where these words originate. And they do not originate in my mind. My mind becomes an instrument for it. It formulates the words, but the words originate from a deeper place. And when you listen to these words, you can also listen to these words from that deeper place within yourself, and something within you response, not in words, but it's like a recognition of what it is that I'm talking about. And so you can, as I speak from that deeper place of alert stillness, you can listen from that deeper place of alert stillness. And that now that's a real retreat. Now it's become a retreat. So whether you are on a retreat depends, of course, on your state of consciousness. So use the opportunity of being here, and as much as possible, let go of the usual self, which includes your life situation that you've left behind temporarily. Everybody has one. You have a certain life situation that's to do with where you live, who you live with, the job you have, your financial situation, even your health situation. It's all to do with your life situation. But you don't want to be a walking life situation, because then you have to juggle all these things in your mind to keep them going. What about this and what about that? And at least one area probably is problematic in your life, whether it's your living situation, your home, whether it's your relationship situation or your marriage or whatever it is, or whether it's your financial situation or your job situation or your health situation. It's unlikely that there is not at least one that's quite problematic. And if for many of you it's more than one. There may be even some of you if all these are problematic. But do you want to walk around as a problematic sense of self? Not saying, I'm going to ignore all these problems and never take any more action for the rest of my life. No, it's not that. But when you don't need that, why be burdened by that? And right now, there's nothing you can do about any of it. So why not step out, transcend your life situation, and I use that term in The Power of Now, instead of being immersed and carrying around with you your life situation as a burden, a continuous burden, a burdensome sense of self. Instead of that, be the life. You are life. You're not just a life situation. You are life. You are an expression of the one life that manifests as the universe. Underlying the universe, there is the oneness of life. You are that one life that was there before the Big Bang, if there was a Big Bang. You are the one life, the one out of which the whole universe came, and not only out of which the whole universe came, out of which the whole universe continuously comes, continuously brings forth life, new forms. And you are that. And so, isn't that a much more satisfying way of being in this world than a walking, problematic life situation? You are life. So, and here on this retreat, it's the recognition that you are a manifestation of the universe, of the consciousness that underlies the universe, and you are that universe experiencing yourself, or the universe experiencing itself. And you go, it's all so wonderful. And there's an innocence comes with that perception, like you've just arrived in this world. You're not you're not applying the old labels of your mind. And if they do come occasionally, that's fine. You recognize them as a label, and then you say, okay, let's go. You look at a bird, and you see that incredible aliveness that's in the bird, the incredible energy that's in the bird when it goes past. And some birds just fly and fly, and where does that energy come from? And they seem to be enjoying themselves. It's not just, some scientists say everything is utilitarian. Now they are flying in order to find food, and then they're flying in order to find the mate. No, they're also flying because they love flying. I have observed eagles in British Columbia, where we are, the eagles, and you can see that they are there because they are in a state of joy. They're not looking for anything, because they can go around a long, long time. What are they doing? They must be enjoying themselves. And they hardly ever, the wings of eagles hardly ever move. They fly totally effortlessly. They can be like this for 10, 15 minutes, no movement, they go just like that. Imagine experiencing the universe as an eagle like that, high up. The incredible joy they must sense. So be in that joy. You also can be in that joy. That is the joy that underlies the joy of being conscious. That the joy of consciousness. So you become conscious of your own consciousness when you sense that presence, the presence that underlies all sense perceptions. The I, the deeper I. And then you walk around the campus in a deep sense of enjoyment. So the enjoyment then has two levels to it. One is whatever you perceive through your senses. And then the deeper enjoyment is the presence that you sense, without which the universe would not perceive itself. You would not perceive. The deeper underlying presence. And knowing yourself as the deeper underlying presence is real joy and sense of aliveness. Some people might call it happiness. I don't use that word too much because it's too often associated with superficial things. I'm happy because this good thing has just happened to me. And of course, a day later you're unhappy because it disappeared. But it's a question of how one uses words. It's fine. Happy is good too, if you like the word. There's I'm talking about the deeper happiness. So, that's the retreat. Be the presence more than the person. If the person occasionally will reassert itself even here, and for a few minutes you might be immersed in your life situation. Perhaps it happens when you check your emails. And your mind gets easily cluttered again. Or you might even check Twitter, Facebook, what's happening what are my friends doing? Text messages coming in. More clutter for the mind. So, as much as possible, let go. And when you might sense withdrawal symptoms if you don't use these devices for a while, and you might sense it's almost like somebody who smokes or drinks and feels, I need another fix, I need another drink, I need another smoke, I need another email. So this introductory talk is more than an introductory talk. There's a book that somebody wrote. It's called Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, which means the real Zen, which of course Zen really means awakening, to be awake. The state of presence is Zen. Alert stillness is Zen. Zen mind, beginner's mind, means it's not an accumulation of knowledge that takes you to awakening. In fact, the beginner's mind is the mind that's still empty. It hasn't been filled yet. Now, of course, your mind has been filled by life. It cannot not have been filled. And yet, you don't need to be identified with all that stuff and confuse it with who you are. And so you can be a beginner again in that state of emptiness, which is also a state of fullness. And that is, it helps to be here because, as I said, I speak from that alert stillness. It's not the person that gives these talks. It's that's why I have a little book that says Stillness Speaks, which is almost a paradox, but that's how it is. So, living from there, that speaks, that gives the talk. Not the person doesn't give the talk, and the person doesn't listen to the talk. If you listen to this talk only as the person, it makes no sense whatsoever. Because if you listen to this talk only with the accumulation in your mind, what is he talking about? And that was the case, for example, when a reviewer for Time magazine read A New Earth and said, "What is this mumbo-jumbo?" And that became the review in Time magazine. But we need to be compassionate. I hate Time magazine. I'm never going to buy a Time again. And that was the same year when Time magazine declared Bush Man of the Year. Well, what do you expect? It's called Time. Okay, well, so forgiveness. So if you are only here as the person, it doesn't make much sense. So even if your mind tells you, I can't quite work out what it is he's talking about, of course you can't. It's not the mind that can understand it. You can only understand the essence of it by touching that in you that resonates with it. So if it feels good to sit here and listen, that means it's working. Because that means that in you that responds to it and is of the same is emerging, and that's all. It does not depend on an increased intellectual understanding of spirituality. That may come as a byproduct occasionally here and there, but that is not what gets you there. So it's not based on intellectual understanding. In a way, it's almost the opposite of that. Have the courage to go into that place, rather than thinking you need to know everything, have the courage to embrace the state of not knowing. And that's the state when you walk around the campus and you perceive without needing to have some interpretation of what it is you're perceiving. So you don't know anymore. So you have the courage to embrace, inhabit, be the state of not knowing. In the same way, when I start giving a talk, I don't know what I'm going to talk about because I'm not giving the talk. I don't need to know. It would be a terrible burden if I had to know what I'm going to talk about. And so that is a wonder. And in that state of not knowing, there is a deeper knowing that is not a conceptual knowing. There's a deeper knowing, it transcends conceptual knowing. And that is the place where wisdom, we have this beautiful word, wisdom, that is the place where wisdom arises. That is the place of wisdom, which is far deeper than intelligence. Many people are intelligent without a shred of wisdom, and that's a very dangerous condition. If humans develop and overdevelop the analytical mind and the ability of the analytical mind to do things without any wisdom, well, it's happening already, has happened, they create havoc. And so those who are not in touch with that, just cultivating the mind is not only dangerous for the world, it's also dangerous for the individual, because ultimately it leads you to madness. So this is a great adventure, the adventure of consciousness, awakening to itself. And what could be more enjoyable than feeling that you are part of that? You are consciousness awakening through this particular short-lived form. You are the universe awakening. It's an evolutionary, an awakening of consciousness. You're not just a little person. You are something much deeper, and it's the awakening of the universe. And as a byproduct of that, your so-called life becomes actually a more pleasant experience. That is a byproduct of awakening. It gets easier because it doesn't mean there are no stuff happening. Challenges continue to come at you. The universe is built in that way. That's how it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to have no more challenges in life. You are supposed to have many challenges, and it's through the challenges that awakening happens. After a lot of suffering, at first challenges reduce more and more the pressure of suffering and the weight of suffering. And then awakening happens. Without the challenges that the life gives you, you wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. And they are not going to stop as you awaken spiritually, but the way in which you deal with them changes. And you begin to almost welcome them when they come, because you recognize that is an inevitable part of existence on this dimension, a necessary part. And of course, it's already been expressed in this classical book, The Road Less Traveled, which starts with a famous sentence, "Life is difficult." Very profound statement, true. And the next sentence is, I don't know it literally anymore, but and if you recognize that life is difficult, that it's in the nature of life to be difficult, then it's not difficult anymore. And so what does he mean? I knew immediately what he meant, so I never had to read the whole book. When you recognize, I just had to read the first paragraph. Yes, he got it. When you recognize that life is difficult, meaning that challenges are inseparable from being here in this world, and then you say, oh, and then you accept that life is difficult. Of course it's difficult, that's why it's life. So then suddenly the inner resistance when challenges come isn't there anymore. You no longer go, not another one, I can't take it anymore. Or you attack every challenge as, I'm going to make it, I'm going to fight. It's not pleasant because you think they shouldn't be there. You regard things that happen as enemies. No, it comes a point of acceptance of, challenges come in many forms. It can be a very small challenge, like a little beetle crawling in your bed. That's very small. I had one last night. And then they grow bigger. But it's all fine. So you accept that that's in the nature of life, and then it's not that difficult anymore. It's only really difficult when you think, this should not be happening. Or you think, why is this happening to me? Why is it always me? Because everybody else seems to be okay. You look at them in the street and they all go. And they don't seem to have any problems. But if you look more closely, you realize, oh no, they have problems, lots, because they don't look that happy. They try to. In some countries they're better at hiding it. In the United States they're quite much better at saying, I'm fine. And if you go to Russia, they tell you the truth, they say, I'm not happy. Not everybody, but... So enjoy this particular part of the adventure of life, the awakening, and use the opportunity so that you're not just on a retreat on the surface level, but a true retreat, an inner retreat from your usual self. And with that, I will leave you for tonight. When you go to sleep, if you can, be as present as possible, maybe by sensing the inner energy field in your body, and go to sleep from there. So you lie on your back, scan the body with your inner attention, and feel that it is alive, and then be that aliveness. That's very enjoyable. And when that happens, you don't need your mind to tell you that life is enjoyable, or your mind telling you you're so much better off than those people, you should be enjoying yourself. That's not a good foundation for enjoyment, to see. You can only enjoy life when you look at others who are worse off than you yourself. No, it has to come from a true, not convincing yourself that you... No, a true immediate realization of aliveness and joy. So as you go to sleep, you lie there on your bed. And if you have a roommate, some of you have, if you get challenged in the middle of the night by your roommate snoring, then this is your first opportunity of surrender. Or, of course, first you can try to wake him or her up. Wake up. That might work for a few minutes and then goes back to snoring. And then and then you realize there's also a joy in complete acceptance. It's fine. Nobody inside anymore, neither on the emotional level nor on the mental level, that says this should not be happening, or this should not be happening to me. No, it's just the isness of this moment. And then even somebody snoring, which is a small challenge, can actually take you to a place of peace and joy when you completely accept. And that is a taste of what it feels like.
Hi, I'm Sarah Hall, and this is a meditation for healing and empowerment through self-love. In this meditation, we will celebrate your life by heightening your confidence, uplifting your relationship with your body and self-image, and deepening your spiritual relationship with yourself. To love yourself is to see yourself through God's eyes in all the splendor of your miraculous potential. Self-love is therefore the key to perceiving any situation in life with clarity and truth. It is the foundation of all healing and your instantaneous connection to joy, fulfillment, and purpose. It is through self-love that we come to truly know and understand ourselves, and therefore the nature of all life. Self-love is the path to spirituality and universal higher awareness. You are your own reflection of God and of the nature of all life. Join me now on this journey in practicing how to see the real you, to step into your true, limitless power, and to connect with your divinity. Find a quiet, comfortable place to relax, and we will begin. Close your eyes. Begin to deepen and lengthen your breaths. Relax deeply. You are floating in a beautiful space full of soft, warm, yellow light. All is perfect stillness and peace. You feel so at home, so safe, and so deeply relaxed. Take a few moments just to breathe deeply in this place of gentle harmony, stillness, and rest. Letting go of all tension or negativity, and observe it dissolve as you transform into perfect wellness, safety, and peace. On your next deep inhale, breathe in appreciation and love for your existence. Feel as waves of self-acceptance and content ripple through your being. Each breath you take feeds you with self-love and gratitude for all that you are. You are surrounded by a group of healing angels. These angels are channeling a glittering rainbow of energy from the palms of their hands. Breathe deeply as you feel it gently wash over you, energizing you with vitality and inner harmony. The angels are here to help you channel your original divine state of being, to powerfully shift your life towards your natural, God-given state of truth, peace, and divine love. Your angels have the following message for you. Divine love, the love of all God's compassion, starts with self-love. Self-love is medicine. It is the ultimate healer and way shower. It is the key to understanding the ultimate divine truth of the universe. All states of dis-ease are rooted in untruthful, negative beliefs about yourself. Whether your pain is emotional or physical, individualized or collective, divine love is the answer to healing it. Self-love is the key prerequisite state of being that brings world order back to its true God-given state of perfectly healthy, joyful, and peaceful expansion. Now, breathe in the light of the angels, feeling as if you are feeding yourself with love, and bring your awareness to the energy center at the base of your spine, known as your root chakra. Visualize this energy center as a ruby-red glowing sphere of light, crystalline, pure, and humming with a gorgeous, soft vibration. Now, visualize that a beautiful mirror has appeared before you. Gaze at your reflection and allow yourself to see all areas in your life that reflect your relationship with the physical world, including your home, finances, and your relationship with your body and your physical health. If there are any imbalances in these areas in your life, breathe into them now, offering them over to the angels for healing, and repeat, I love myself. My self-love is my power to choose a perfectly supportive, healthy life for myself. My finances reflect my perfect love for myself. My home reflects my perfect love for myself. My body reflects my perfect love for myself. Take a moment to really look at your body in the mirror. Breathe deeply as you gaze, observing any emotions that may arise with regard to your beliefs about your body. If you have ever held negative beliefs about your body, observe them without judgment. Breathe deeply, and as you exhale, surrender them to the angels, repeating the following. Negative thoughts and beliefs about my body are limiting by nature. Therefore, they do not reflect the truth. I now forgive myself for any past errors in thought. I promise and resolve to now think and speak of my body in terms that only reflect my original state of perfect, unconditional love for myself. Allow yourself to see your body as God sees it, a miraculous creation of exquisite beauty, strength, and perfect love, and repeat, I love and accept my beautiful, healthful, and miraculous body. Thank your body by repeating, "Thank you, body, for loving and supporting me each day with such strength." Your body is always functioning as a perfect expression of your divinity, no matter the limitations you may think you perceive. Breathe deeply and affirm, "I now choose to support and love my body by choosing to love and appreciate it in all of my thoughts, words, actions, and choices, now and always." Your body is perfect. It contains all the health, strength, and beauty you could ever ask for. All you have to do is to focus on this, and you will begin to see it as God sees it. You create what you focus on. So the more you focus on your body's abilities, strengths, health, and beauty, the more you summon these traits to the forefront, giving them leadership and higher authority in ordering your body's overall functioning. Speak into each humming cell of your body, "I love you and thank you. I love you and thank you. I love you and thank you. I love you and thank you." Take several deep breaths as your energy shifts and harmonizes to assimilate this truth. On your next deep inhale, bring your awareness into your pelvic region, to the energy center known as your sacral chakra. Breathe into your sacral chakra, visualizing it as a glowing orange sphere of gorgeous glittering light. Gaze into the mirror from your sacral chakra and allow yourself to see the ways in which your desires, cravings, creative urges, and sexuality flow through your life. Allow yourself to become aware of any imbalances that may exist at any of these areas of your life. Holding beliefs about yourself based in self-love have the power to heal you. Breathe into each thought, feeling, memory, or belief that is not aligned with self-love, and as you exhale, offer them over to the angels. Breathe deeply and speak into your reflection in the mirror. "I love you, accept you, and support you unconditionally." Speak to your desires, emotions, and cravings. "I love you, accept you, and support you unconditionally." Speak to your sexuality. "I love you, accept you, and support you unconditionally." Speak to your powerful creativity. "I love you, accept you, and support you unconditionally." Breathe deeply and assimilate these changes. Bring your awareness up your spine to the energy center just behind your belly button, known as your solar plexus. See and feel your solar plexus as a gorgeous yellow sphere of shining light. Gaze into the mirror before you and observe your self-confidence, your sense of power and control in life. Allow yourself to become aware of any negative thinking patterns with regard to your self-image, particularly in your social surroundings, where you might be comparing yourself to others. As you notice any of these thoughts or beliefs, simply observe them without judgment and repeat the following statement of empowerment. Negative thoughts and beliefs about myself are limiting by nature. Therefore, they do not reflect the truth. I now forgive myself for any of these past errors in thinking. I resolve to no longer compare myself to others and to think and speak of my life in terms that only reflect my unconditional love for myself. You are beautiful, graceful, and powerful. The more you focus on these traits, the more you radiate them outwards. Carry yourself with confidence, self-acceptance, and self-respect, and you will be treated with the same acceptance and respect. All relationships in your life are a reflection of your relationship with yourself. You can heal any relationship by first loving yourself unconditionally. Self-love offers all the answers and guidance you'll ever need to balancing your relationships into perfect mutual health and harmony. You are lovable, and you deserve to be loved as God loves you, without conditions. As you focus on unconditional self-love, so shall you attract this from others. Gaze into the mirror, seeing the reflection of your self-love and self-respect, and repeat, I love myself unconditionally. I therefore naturally respect myself and protect my self-love with positive, healthful boundaries with others. Gaze into your own eyes and see your personal divine power and say to it, I love you. I am powerful and proud of it. Breathe deeply and watch as the power of your self-love flows out into each and every relationship in your life, creating harmony, forgiveness, balance, and peace. Bring your awareness to your heart center. See your heart chakra as a glowing sphere of emerald green light. Gaze into the mirror before you and see the love in your life. Observe where it takes form in every desire, experience, and relationship you encounter. Notice whether there are any fear-based beliefs you may be holding about love, such as the fear of being hurt when you allow yourself to love fully. Open your heart to yourself in this moment now. Gaze into your own beautiful eyes and repeat, it is safe for me to love. I love myself wholly and unconditionally. Therefore, I am always safely protected, nurtured, and provided for in my own strong, loving arms. I am love, the infinite power of the universe, and I am capable of all healing and creativity now and always. I am love. Love has no opposite, and I can be nothing less than whole, perfect love. I am love. I am love. I am love. Bring your awareness to the energy center within your throat. See or feel your light blue glowing throat chakra. As you gaze into the mirror before you, allow yourself to become aware of your inner monologue. What is your self-talk like? Notice where any negative self-talk might exist, either in your internal thoughts or in the words you voice about yourself out loud. Ask yourself, if I truly loved myself, would I speak to myself in this manner? Breathe into the energies of any imbalanced patterns of communication, and as you exhale, release them to the angels for healing. And now repeat, I now choose to express self-encouragement, respect, nurturing, and love into all of my thoughts and words about myself. As I speak and think, so shall I believe. I love and approve of myself now and in all directions of time. Bring your awareness to the energy center on your forehead, just between and above your eyebrows. Visualize your third eye surrounded in a luminous sphere of indigo-colored light, ignited with flashes of silvery white. Gaze into the mirror before you from your third eye and allow yourself to become aware of the way you perceive and understand yourself. If there are any limiting or negative misperceptions you hold about yourself, let them come to the surface now. Breathe into each of these thought forms, and as you exhale, surrender them to the angels for healing while repeating, I love myself. I love myself. I love myself. As you gaze into the mirror through your third eye, allow it to show you your early childhood, beginning with your infancy, and any experiences that may have taught you to exist in any state outside of perfect self-love. As you progress in your life through each memory that arises, embrace the memories by breathing into them. And as you exhale, surrender it over to the angels with love while repeating, I love, accept, and forgive myself and all others involved in this memory. Allow the memories to continue to progress throughout your childhood into your teenage years. Repeat the exercise, sending love and forgiveness to each memory that arises. Allow the journey to progress until you have arrived at the present moment in your life. Embrace each of your experiences with perfect love, healing, and forgiveness. Allow any emotions that come to the surface to flow out of you. And with each breath you take, feed and nurture yourself with perfect self-love. You deserve this, beautiful one. Bring your awareness to the energy center at the top of your head. Visualize a gorgeous violet-colored sphere radiating brilliant, beautiful light. Gaze into the mirror from your crown chakra and allow yourself to become aware of your relationship with your idea of God, spirituality, or religion. Allow yourself to become aware of any part of this relationship that needs healing now. Breathe and surrender it to the angels. And affirm, my self-love is the heart of spirituality and my greatest connection to God, the source of all creation. Self-love is the first step to any truly selfless act in this world. Compassion is a powerful source of change, and the only truly compassionate acts you can make must begin with self-love first. Any healing change you want to bring to this world starts with your achieving that change within yourself. Self-love is an active power that absolves and heals the world from all illusions of pain, separation, or suffering, because that is exactly what self-love does for you. What you do for yourself, you do to the collective. To reach a state of unadulterated, pure self-love is to emit energetic frequencies of divine perfection, and thus to not only attract experiences of divine perfection and synchronicity in your own life, but also to help create a hum of love and harmony among all beings on this planet. Repeat the affirmation, I am love. I am love. I am love. See and feel as your love envelops the entire planet as you sit at the planet's center in a state of grace, harmony, joy, and perfect, beautiful fulfillment. And repeat, I am love. I am love. I am love. With each breath you take, you are falling deeper and deeper into love with yourself and all of existence. This love is a revelation of the highest truth. To be in a state of unconditional self-love is to understand existence in the light of the highest truth. To understand yourself as God understands you. You are now humming and resonating at a very light and high vibration. You have merged with your God self and are in a state of perfection and completion. You may choose to rest in this state of beauty, peace, and love as long as you wish, dear one. Feel free to take this time to ask yourself or your angels any questions upon which you would like guidance for your life now. When you return to your waking world, you will find that all is right, all is well, and all is love. As you practice this meditation regularly, notice how your everyday life choices begin to change, how you begin to choose an order for your life that is centered upon self-love. With self-love as your life's compass, all things are possible, and that leaves nothing out. Thank you so much for your beautiful courage, creativity, and openness. This practice makes such an important impact upon the planet. I love you and send you all of my gratitude and blessings.
Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio. awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.